Alright. Hello, everyone. Hello, Sweepy Star, Joshi, Gwaferlink, Pool, Miyamoto Psych, Cloverfield, Cascally, Cat Cantaloupe, Soup, Z-Linky, and Karmadex. Thank you guys all for the good luck. Also, hello, Devil Fox. Hello as well, Momo and Asher. Why do they call it oven when you oven the cold food of out hot eat the food? They call it the oven because, yes. Also, thank you very much, Gwaferlink, for the 10 months of Tier 1. And thank you for the good luck. Do appreciate the continued support. And thank you very much, Caryu, for the 23 months of Tier 1. And thank you for the best of luck as well. Only one more month until Shiny Rainbow Badge. So thank you very much. Also, thanks for the good luck, Ghost. And thanks for the good luck as well, Dusk Flame and Fox Eric. Your exams are beating you up? Exams tend to do that sometimes, yeah. Unfortunately. Also, thank you very much, ADHD, for the 91 months of Prime. That is a lot of months. So thank you very much for your continued support as well. Oh, Kairu. Okay. I will do my best to remember that. Also, yes, we are simultaneously streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. Also, thank you very much, Nat, for the 85 months of Tier 1. Number go up, and you are indeed 1 month away from 86. Which is obviously the number to achieve. But thank you very much for the good luck. And thank you very much, Momo, for the 34 months of Prime as well. 3 plus 4 is 7, and there are 6 times you have wanted to make this joke. Haha, 6, 7, am I right, lads? I mean, I guess you, got there eventually, I guess. But thanks for the resub as well, Momo. Also, good morning, Complex Milk, and thanks for the good luck, D3. Can we please ban Tomodachi? I'll consider it, because of the 6-7 joke. But not yet. And the princess is Twilight. Well, the goal is to get the princess to be Twilight, but we have to beat all the dungeons first, so we will start doing that soon. As soon as the fade out happens to get back to the start sequence. Also, thanks for the good luck, Ryan. But yeah, Thursday's attempts, kind of were not great, so hopefully today's attempts will be a bit better. You and your mom are watching on YouTube. Nice. Thank you for the good luck from both of you. If you get banned, you are canceling Friday. Well, I think Friday will still continue to exist without you then. I don't think anybody is powerful enough to cancel Friday. Take your energy? Sure. So, hello, Lou. The gate clip is indeed very neat. It does kind of have a random component to it, which isn't great, but... it usually takes a couple of bonk attempts before we actually get through. You should replay TP someday. It is a good game. As are all of the 3D Zeldas. If it has been a long time and you've forgotten what some of the puzzles and stuff are, then it can be a fun experience to revisit. You haven't played TP, Breath of the Wild, or Tears of the Kingdom since last year. Oh man, that was such a long time ago. I haven't played Majora's Mask since last year, also. Ah, this kind of sucks. I guess that works, though. No, stop it. Oh, hello. Let's get back on the wall, please. You really don't want to stay on the wall today, do you? Unfortunately, that was a rather slow Boko push along the wall. This one is much better. I'm forgetting it right there. Yeah, we can probably continue with this. I did see the Ocarina of Time Lego sets that were announced. They do look pretty cool, but I'm not someone who buys Legos, so I will probably not be getting them. Alright, very nice goats. So thanks for the good luck, AK Dilly. Well, yeah, it'll definitely be a couple of years before we see anything about a new original 3D Zelda, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if, like, there was a remake of some sort that was announced and or released this year. Of something from the Zelda franchise. Also, welcome to the stream, The Kitty. I think I'll run some OOT 3D categories when a setup for dot skip is found. I mean, there already is a setup for it, and it's decently consistent. But that doesn't mean that I'm just going to immediately run OOT 3D categories. 100% still needs to be figured out. And it is at least, like, mildly helpful for all dungeons and saves, like, 2 minutes or something. Yes, this is the first attempt of the day. Also, thanks for the good luck, Landcraig. Thanks for the good luck as well, Magaga. I can actually remember what the Zant luck was like in my PB. But hopefully we do get good Zant RNG. Are there crowd controls for Skyward Sword? Not as far as I'm aware. It's only up until Twilight Princess and also Breath of the Wild have crowd control integrations. I'm not sure how much time dot skip would save in MST. Because, like, part of the advantage of doing dot skip with Death Hole wrong warping is that you can very quickly go get hover boots, effectively, like, while you're setting up dot skip. Which is not really the case with the seam climb setup. Well, I guess it doesn't take that long to go get hover boots if you just have hookshot as adult, so... But I'm not entirely sure. I have opinions on the GameCube controller, specifically the asymmetrical buttons on the right side. I mean... I would say that I think the asymmetrical buttons are fine. They're all, like, very distinct from each other if you're, like, not looking at the controller. Which I imagine was the intention of having them all be, like, varying shapes or rotations or sizes, right? But I like the GameCube controller. Also, thanks for the good luck, Snowy Sparkles. Does it work if you put enemies or bosses inside a cutscene on crowd control? I'm not sure how the exact implementation works. I imagine if it does work when you're in a cutscene, it just spawns the enemy or boss, like, just next to wherever Link is in the cutscene. But Link can't get damaged or hurt by them in the cutscene because he's in a cutscene state. I do not have any FOB GCCs, no. All of my GameCube controllers are just first-party ones that don't have any modifications. You wish me the opposite of bad luck. Well, thank you, Dark Interloper. I appreciate that. We can get some anti-bad luck going. I mean, I've definitely seen, like, GameCube controller modifications that, like, visually look very cool, but I've never been... or I've never felt compelled to, like, purchase any myself. Instead of wishing me good luck, you wish me good skill. I do appreciate that, too. I do wish to not make mistakes. That would be very nice. Alright, pretty good segment there. So hello, Lysair. I did only recently start simulcasting to YouTube, so if you hadn't seen the stream on YouTube until now, that would make sense. It's only the third stream that's also being simulcasted to YouTube. How am I feeling today? I'm feeling pretty alright. Feeling like I can probably play pretty well. So hopefully we do play pretty well. So thanks for the good luck, MGSC. You rarely ever check Twitch anymore? I mean, that's fair. Yeah, I know that there have at least been, like, some people in the past who, like, the only reason they made a Twitch account was to watch my Twitch stream because they enjoy, like, the YouTube videos. To some degree, it's probably easier to just simulcast to YouTube instead for a decent amount of people. Also, really? It's just outside of the trigger there. I enjoy golf. I would say that I think golf is enjoyable, yeah. I haven't done any, like, actual golf in a while. Also, what? I mean, that's convenient, but I don't know how that bug failed to dig, so that was weird. I do also like mini golf. I played some mini golf with people at AGDQ. Though I have done that recently. So thank you very much, Big Nuki, for the Prime subscription. And you support the speedruns that sometimes go fast. Do I like Topgolf? I don't think I've ever been to Topgolf, but if it's what I'm thinking of, I think I would probably like it. Have I ever visited the UK before? I have been in the UK for at least a couple days before, yeah. I was in London for a day back in, like, 2015? Like, early, like, January 2015. And then I stayed for a couple nights in Edinburgh on that same trip. Up in Scotland. Also, thanks for the good luck, Linkont. So thank you, Big Nuki. Glad that you enjoy the content. Was the UK my cup of tea? I mean, at least when I was there, it was too cold. Oh, really, monkey? Yes, monkey, I am in this direction. Oh, okay, well. 2 blue rupees, I guess. Ah, yes, my splits are comparing to my PB, which is also the world record. You can always assume that I'm comparing against my PB, and so if I have the current world record, then that will be world record. So this monkey pushing was slow, because I accidentally, did an oops with the blue rupee text. Might be visiting Italy this summer? That sounds neat. I have never been to... Actually, no, I technically was in Venice for a day. But I have not stayed overnight in Italy before. I drink a lot of caffeine-like energy drinks or coffee. No, I do not drink coffee or energy drinks. I drink water and sometimes soda. So thanks for the good luck, Boss Lady Trey. I am doing alright. So thanks for the good luck on my dungeon sightseeing tour, Randall Eats Cheese. Glad we know what Randall's doing. Ah yes, I can see how that might skew your view, Soup, if you experienced something painful while there. How do I manage to stay motivated and keep pushing my times? Mostly just because it's fun. Or at least I think it's fun. Fortunately, the spider... Really? What was that? Alright, well. Unfortunately, we are not saving time here. But that was kind of already the case from the bad monkey pushing, so... But yeah, my motivation is that speedrunning is fun, and I want to get a time that I'm happy with. Granted, I already am, like, mostly happy with my current PB. Like, if the last 50 minutes of my PB were good, then I probably wouldn't be running this category right now, but my PB had 3 really good hours and then 50 minutes that were kind of bad, so... It's definitely something that can be improved. Mom said the graphics on this game are so much nicer than the other games you watch speedruns of. I mean, I guess that makes sense if, like, they're mostly the older titles, but... Especially since, I don't know if you watched any, like, Switch 2 edition speedruns of Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, but... I know where my heritage comes from. As far as I'm aware, like... at least one of my ancestors, came to the United States from Germany back in, like, the 1890s or something. Apparently was a successful boat stowaway and came to America. So thanks for the good luck, Bloobs. That was weird. Okay, yeah, so you mostly watched the 3D Zeldas pre-Breath of the Wild. I mean, yeah, on like a technical level, this game runs at a higher resolution than all of those, so... And it has, like, higher definition textures and whatnot. One, two, three. Okay, starting off with 3. One, 2, 3, 4. Seven hops is about average, so we'll take that. You got jailed in early Snow Peak for 45 minutes today. Dang, I'm sorry, Bloobs. Early Snow Peak do be like that sometimes, though. So thanks for the good luck, Evil Knievel. Oh well. We would have saved time if we had better spider RNG and also had not messed up during monkey pushing. Seems weird that the pillar hops are random. I mean, I think it makes sense that the pillar hops are random. Ow, nice. Though I think is more difficult, early Snowpeak Pogate skip. I mean, like, Pogate skip is more involved of a setup, but... and, like, has more steps to do than early Snowpeak does. It's kind of hard for me to say which one is more difficult, because they're both difficult, but one of them is much shorter than the other. But I don't know if the difficult part of early Snowpeak is, like, the same difficulty as Pogate Skip, because they're very different tricks, so... I don't know. I guess if I don't know, they're probably pretty similar in difficulty if I can't, like, confidently say that one is more difficult than the other. Really? How is this kind of boomerang jump working, or what are the steps to make it happen? So, essentially, like, jump attacking in general has, like, some variability in this game just naturally. Like, depending on what you're targeting, and if you try to jump attack it, the game will change Link's jump attack speed so that he actually jump attacks to whatever he's targeting, up to a certain limit. Because if you just had, like, the same jump attack speed for every single instance you want to jump attack, Link would probably miss most jump attacks, like, go too far past them if, like, the thing he's targeting is right in front of him. Or not go far enough if it's really far away, right? So with the boomerang, when Link throws it out, he's actually targeting it, even though there's, like, no target reticle on screen or anything. And so, because the boomerang is just something that Link is targeting, the game also adjusts his jump attack speed to try and match for making him go all the way towards whatever he's jump attacking. As long as we keep the target on the boomerang. Also, thank you for the good luck, John. Oh, I see what you mean, Rocker. I mean, I guess with how the RNG works, and the fact that the hops are so close together, the chance of it just continuing on for an obscenely long amount of time is very low. Like, in most speedruns, we get a pretty reasonable number of hops on Ook, so... Well, so Pogate Skip being TAS-only for a few hours isn't really relevant to how difficult it is now, since whether or not it's difficult is based on, like, how we understand and execute the trick now, not like back when the trick was briefly considered TAS only. Also, hello, Dejuve. So thanks for the good luck, Makuya and Azeroth. Yeah, so technically for Gale Boomerang long jump attacks to work, the Gale Boomerang either has to be over a void, or it has to be over a surface that's higher than Link's feet. It also doesn't work in the Wii version, because in the Wii version, when you throw out the boomerang and then try to take out your sword, I believe Link always slashes, which breaks the target with the boomerang, so then you can't jump attack, right? You also want to make sure that if you're trying it, you're not trying to jump attack by first holding the target button, because Link is already targeted onto the boomerang. If you then press the target button again, that breaks the target with the boomerang by then effectively targeting nothing. So you want to make sure that when you do the jump attack, assuming you're on a version where it works, you're just pressing the A button and not the target button and then A. So thanks for the good luck, Moonlit Tiger. And thank you very much, Ted Boy, for the 67 months of Prime. That is a lot of months, and apparently a funny number to the youth. So thank you for the continued support. Do I have opinions on In-N-Out as a Californian? I mean, I think In-N-Out is pretty decent. I haven't had it in a while, but like if someone suggests going to In-N-Out to me, I'm like, yeah, sounds like a decent idea. Okay, yeah, so on the HD version, boomerang long jump attacks should work. Or I think of Jack in the Box. I think Jack in the Box is okay. I would probably put In-N-Out higher than it, though. I don't think I've ever tried a Nando's before. Which, if it's a UK-only thing, that would make sense. Since I do not live in the UK. Come back around, please. It's kind of slow. As far as bosses that have RNG go, or at least like some sort of RNG that determines whether or not they're vulnerable. Armagoma is the other big one, because Armagoma, the number of lights that Armagoma walks over is RNG. There's obviously Zelda, but Zelda can't go on forever, I'm pretty sure. Have you ever been to Florida and tried Publix? I've been to Florida a couple times. I don't think I've ever tried Publix, or if I have, I don't remember. The European version of the game shouldn't be, or, like, I can confidently say is not different regarding long jump attacks, because, like, the leaderboard has European runners on it. We're going to make World Domination Burger Chain, and you would like me to become a franchise owner. Unfortunately, I'm not sure I have the time to become a franchise owner for a burger chain, John, so you'll probably have to find someone else. Also, thank you very much, haha, for the 49 months of Tier 1. This fine day, we tune in to see the many adventures of Jimothy. The pond may be frozen, but we're watching from the deep. Hope the Jimothy got lots of sleep. Thank you. I appreciate the poem. And the resub. Only one more month until the big 5-0. Do I use other languages in speedruns besides English and Japanese? I mean, it depends on the game. For a lot of older games, at least a lot of older Zelda games, Japanese tends to be the fastest, just because of the speed at which it takes to go through the text. Recently, Wind Waker speedruns, at least for like the any percent category, went back to English because that's the version of the game where the arbitrary code execution setup works. Twilight Princess on GameCube is technically fastest in Italian, or excuse me, not Italian, in German. Or I guess more specifically, the Japanese version of GameCube Twilight Princess isn't used for most speedruns because the map glitch exploit is patched in it, which is useful for early Snow Peak. I know that Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom don't use Japanese. I think Breath of the Wild is done in French, optimally, if I remember correctly. But especially as we get to, like, the newer titles, language choice doesn't matter as much At least not for text. I know that in Tears of the Kingdom, English voice acting, for some reason, is, like, significantly faster than the other languages. At least in the All Dungeons speedrun, the one time that I looked at some stats about it. So not so much Japanese anymore. And I think Echoes of Wisdom is also fastest in German. I'm not aware of Japanese TPHD having any noteworthy differences. I did a few runs on the Japanese version before, and everything seemed fine. I honestly don't know what language is fastest for TPHD. I don't think anyone has ever cared enough to actually time it. Back when I did a few runs on Japanese, though, another runner at the time did a comparison between a run that I did on Japanese and another run that they did on English, and came to the conclusion that Japanese lost 2 seconds over English over the course of a 3.5-hour run at the time. I was like, well, I mean, I don't know if this comparison's entirely accurate, but I guess I'll switch back to English then. It definitely isn't, like, a huge deal, whatever the fastest language is, because, like, the languages are all so close together. It's like why we don't know what the fastest language for Skyward Sword HD is either, because all of the text in the game is just instant, so... What? Seriously? Oh, the Kargarok is coming down. Oh, that's way too far over. Link. Can you come down here? Well. Yeah, the reason the Kargarok came down and hit us is because I could not find where relatively straight up was in time. I love losing 40 seconds to that. No, the French bugged text in the GameCube version is not in the HD version for the canon payment. So, good afternoon, Kenshizumi. Thank you for the best of luck. We'll definitely need, now that we lost 40 seconds. So thanks for the good luck dash. The worst card in the game. Usually he's not an issue, but for some reason that time it just took me... Like, I just could not find where perfectly straightforward was the issue. So because of that, he eventually flew around and then flew down to us. Also thanks for the good luck, Philosopher. Thanks for the good luck as well, Faye Scarlet. I'll say, yeah, the reason we went on that ledge at all to do that weird jump was to skip having to go inside the bomb house. Ideally, we would do it without wasting time and save like 20 seconds, but because I failed to do it there for so long, it was actually slower to do that instead of just going in to kill the bugs normally. So thanks for the good luck, Wraith. And thank you very much for the 53 months of Prime as well. That is a lot of months of Prime. Thank you for the continued support. If I ever run the 3D Zelda remakes any %? No. That would be much longer than the 3D Zelda challenge, since TPHD and Skyward Sword HD would alone make up like 7.5 hours, basically. I guess more like 7 hours, or closer to 7 hours, but still over 7 hours alone. What? Excuse me? Thought holding back would just make us start walking backwards, but apparently I was wrong. Ah, yeah, that was too late. Alright, well, this run is, kind of just a rip now. I'm sure if nothing else, Twilight Princess will eventually end up on Switch 2 on the GameCube NSO. Would be nice to get a full remake or remaster, but... this trick is a Midna-Call Epona Dive. Where we try to walk off this ledge and call Midna at the same time. That's how it looks. Unfortunately, it took us like 3 attempts to get that, so... And failing that trick, at least failing it by calling Midna too late, is very punishing. Yep, back to the gate. I imagine if Twilight Princess does go on GameCube NSO, the amount of input lag will probably be equal to Wind Waker's, if I had to guess. So, whatever input lag, or at least visual rendering delay, more accurately, Wind Waker has now will probably be the same for a theoretical Twilight Princess. Also, thanks for the good luck corpse. Now, the reason I say visual rendering delay is because it doesn't seem like there is actually any input delay for the Switch 2 GameCube NSO. Because at least, like, in Wind Waker, back when the delay felt really bad, what you could actually notice was that if you, like, did movement to bonk into a wall, the controller would vibrate with, you know, the rumble effect when you bonked into the wall before Link actually, like, visually bonked into the wall in-game, right? So, like, the controller was receiving the data that it should bonk, like, at the correct time with no delay, right? Which means that the game is registering the inputs with no delay, but something in the process of displaying the game is causing the delay to happen. So it's not actually input delay, technically. It's some sort of rendering delay, for whatever reason. So, good afternoon, Lene, and thank you for the good luck. Is this the run? I don't know. This run has only been going for about 3.5 minutes. Turn around. Alright. Decent Boko pushing. Well, yeah, I mean, most people just usually refer to, like, the game appearing to be delayed as just delay without any sort of additional specification, but like, the delay is bad. Ah, okay. One of those goats was very sensitive. This is awkward. Really? They both went this way still? Bro. What is happening? Oh, that was certainly a goat. The reason the Bokoblins don't attack while I push them is essentially because we're, like, too close to them. Since the range at which the Bokos try to attack Link is, like a donut shape. And by pushing on the Bokoblins, we're too far, or we're too close to them, so we're, like, inside that donut range. So the Bokoblin cannot choose to attack us. Oh, nice. I have a favorite part of this game. Yes. My favorite part of the game is Snow Peak Ruins. Is Jonathan Livesplit the inventor of Livesplit? Yes. This is 100% accurate, factual information. Just like how Joe OBS is the inventor of OBS. Or anything like TPGZ for HD? Not anything like a dedicated practice ROM, but there are some tools that you can use, which should be linked in the Twilight Princess Discord. HD has like a save file manager, as well as like a basic hacker and basic data viewer. The hacker can do things like store and restore position or warp you to anywhere you want in the game. Stuff like that. And the data viewer like shows you Link's position and angle. What all of the current button inputs and stick positions are. Stuff like that. I'm confused. I guess this works, though. I don't know why one of the bokoblins got to me much sooner than the other one. Alright, nice. Very good first segment. Snow Peak is my favorite just because, in general, I just enjoy, like, ice-themed levels or places in games. And also, I think the Snow Peak dungeon itself is very unique and is fun to play through. Especially in speedrunning, where there's a lot of different tricks that you get to do. Oh, darn it. Oh, keep going, opponent. No, why are you going this way? We had such good bokoblins, and then you had to ruin it, Howard. I just realized my gamepad is not plugged in. There we go. So, hello, Vermilia. Glad you were able to make it. Yeah, if there's any goat that is uncooperative during goat herding, that goat is dubbed Howard. For reasons. Oh, nice. 2 first try gate flips in a row? Don't mind if I do. Also, thanks for the good luck, Lucas. Trying to do early grove as human, but the seeds keep falling off the wall. Is it RNG where they land? So if you're trying to do, like, the boomerang setup that the video I posted uses, doing that is, like, very inconsistent, unfortunately. But thankfully, there's a much better way to do it, which is to essentially just target and then throw the Deku Nut against the wall. So that the seeds pop out in the correct location most of the time. Unfortunately, I figured that out after I posted the video, so... But essentially, you want to just line up a throw from where we initially get out of bounds before doing the long jump attack. So that the Deku Nut, like, breaks against that surface. You've got good vibes about this run. Well, we did get first try gate clipped. That is always a good vibe. Also, thanks for the good luck, Swickful. Well, Howard is also what Midna says. That's unrelated to the goat being named Howard. That's just because it sounds like Midna says Howard. Oh, come on. Oh, one more. There you go. Now, why are you over here? Alright, well, that was unfortunate with where this guy ended up. Really? One more. Left, please. Well, not as good as the last Boko push attempts, but not bad enough to reset over. It prevents us from moving both the Koblins at the same time. Because it's pretty much impossible. It basically is impossible to push both of them at the same time, since you would somehow have to get them lined up such that, like, you are pushing one, and then that one is then pushing the other. And this would have to move perfectly throughout the entire sequence of pushing them. If it was, like, even possible to get in with. How did two of them end up over there? What is going on with the ghost today? Why is this guy over here? I am resetting. Because, like, even a TAS of Boko pushing doesn't move both of them at the same time. So I assume it's essentially just not possible to do that. Okay. Gate Clip is going wonderfully. I wish Bokos and Goats could go wonderfully also. That is the third first try Gate Clip in a row. The Gate Clip is apparently blessed today. How long ago did I get world record? I think the current record is from like late November, early December. I don't entirely remember. It'll say on speedrun.com. Be better to turn Howard into a barbecue then if he is that stubborn. Unfortunately, I don't think there's time to set that up within the 7 minutes that it takes us to get to Goats. And not having contact with anyone in Orden Village. Actually, I guess we technically talked to Elia at the beginning, but... Okay. One more. Alright. Back to the wall, please. Alright, very nice. Very nice. Alright. Another great Bokos. What's the ratio of glitches that have been accidentally found versus hunted in Zelda games? I have no idea. Not something that's, like, possible to track, I feel like. And I don't even know, like, what a guess would be. So, hello, Doggo Mastermind.
Hey.
Welcome to the stream. Oh my god, it happened. We had good Bokos and good goats. I can't believe this is real. Well, so the bird isn't specifically programmed to attack enemies. The bird is trying to attack Link, but... like, because the bird is producing an active hurt box that's trying to hurt Link, that active hurt box is also able to hurt other things that can take damage, right? So that includes the Bokoblins. We just kind of get into the same spot as the Bokoblins, and so then Trill ends up also hitting the Bokoblins as well as Link. Dang, that seemed correct, but I guess it was a frame early. I guess I feel like, as far as, like, glitches being accidentally found versus hunted, like, a lot of clips are probably hunted, like clipping through world geometry in some way. But maybe, like, the technique that led to being able to clip was found accidentally, right? Like, look-through clipping in this game was found accidentally, but the specific look-through clips that were found for the speedrun were very intentionally hunted, right? So thank you very much, VG, for the $5 tip. Thanks for the continued support without using Twitch as a middleman. Hope that you are doing well. Hello. Howard. Brother seems very passionate about me getting good goat RNG. I mean, it can be entertaining to watch, so... Alright, Lane, we'll see you later. Hope you have a good rest of your Saturday. Also, thank you very much, Dishy, for the 4 months of Prime. I appreciate your continued support as well. So thanks for the good luck, VG. Happy to hear you're doing quite well, and that you were able to start the new job. I'm surprised I did not get hit there. Howard heard about your barbecue idea and got scared. Ah, yes. That's how Howard behaves. We have to scare him with a barbecue. I've never tried speedrunning Twilight Princess on Wii, no. Only ever done GameCube and HD. Also, hello, Mr. MB. I'll also be linking my donate to my YouTube bio. I'm not sure YouTube has, like, the same kind of thing like Twitch has with that. But, I mean, I guess I could. But YouTube kind of already has, like, integrated donating with, super chats and whatnot. Something like a cold January day and some Twilight Princess? Exactly. Just gotta go get the hot chocolate. The jump to the guy was weird. Yeah, the trigger for that cutscene, you can kind of hit from, like, pretty far away, so you don't have to jump to the platform that's right in front of it, because you'll just hit the cutscene trigger that repositions you anyway, so... Have I ever eaten pie before, and if so, what is my favorite kind of pie? I would say that... I guess it depends on what exactly you consider pie. Like, before I was at... Or when I was at Zelda Fun Mythos earlier last month, I technically ate chocolate pudding inside a graham cracker pie-shaped crust, if you consider that to be pie. But aside from that, I would not say that I have ever eaten pie. Why does shield have to be gotten before sword? The game just forces the linear sequence of getting the shield first before the sword. Because you have to first listen to Bo and the other NPC, whose name I forget, talk about the shield, and then go get the shield, and then after exiting the house from getting the shield, you'll then get the cutscene with Russell about the sword. And then you can go get the sword. Also, thanks for the good luck, Joe Sheep. Yeah, the NPC names for Zelda games tend to, aside from, like, Link, Zelda, and Ganondorf, aren't guaranteed to, like, be similar between languages at all. Like, I know in most languages, Beetle, or like the character Beetle in the English version is called Terry in other versions of the game. But yes, Zant in the German version of Twilight Princess is called Xanto. You think they should be called Steve? I mean, translators, to some degree, can probably do whatever they want with some of the NPC names. The localizers would be the term. The job position. What? Nice. That was silly. Like, I imagine a bunch of it probably has to do with, like, the... Probably whatever, like, the literal translation from Japanese is, because, like... I'm pretty sure at some point, like, the names for characters started being decided, like, in English before then being translated to Japanese, potentially. Because, like, Zant is the English name, but then, like, if you take the romanized Japanese name of Zanto, right, you get the Xanto, which the other languages, or the other translations, may have then just taken literally, right? Hey, both bugs actually burrowed into the ground this time. Fortunate time loss because of the mistake there, but whatever. It was only a couple of seconds. Also, hello, Roan. Honestly, any run that starts out green is a good run so far. Because the beginning of my PB is very good. Also, yes, I did take Japanese as my language requirement in college. Also, thanks for the good luck, Xander Hulk. Thank you very much for the 12 months of Prime. Congrats on the 1 year and the blue badge. Thank you very much. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that about the carpenter names in OOT. Neat fact. Man, that grass really did not want to be cut. Really? Something about these monkey cycles felt weirdly off. Really? Just trying to make the monkey not get scared. But it happened anyway, unfortunately. That's a bunch of rupees, at least. What is the name of the monkey with the lantern? I don't think the monkey with the lantern has an official name, but... at the very least, the speedrunning community doesn't call that monkey by any name except Lantern Monkey. John Lantern. Ah, yes. The monkey that invented lanterns. Have I ever tried memorizing Japanese from doing the speedruns in Japanese? Not specifically from the speedruns, no. It was vaguely neat to, like, occasionally read Japanese in the games as I was learning it in high school and college, but... OOT and MM have surprisingly difficult kanji for a kid's game. Interesting. I know that they also didn't have the furigana for OOT and MM. I think they started having it in Wind Waker. Imagine that made it. Was one of the reasons it's harder in OOT and MM. I think OOT 3D and MM 3D have them back in. Yeah, I probably can't get past that, unfortunately. But of course, now the spider turns the other way. I had to wait there because I missed a roll, so I couldn't do the roll stab that I wanted. The Oracle games had kanji, and kanji on the Game Boy Color is just as terrible as it sounds. Yeah, you do have a very limited number of pixels on the Game Boy Color. Why did I stop doing 100% runs? If we're talking about 100% for this game, it's because I had been running 100% for like 9 months at that point, and even though I could still improve my PB, I wanted to move on to other things. How come I stopped doing low percent runs? I stopped doing low percent runs because I never started doing low percent runs. That would be the reason why. Hello, Enmink? I don't know if that's how to pronounce that username. So welcome to the stream, even though you're sleepy. You may find yourself becoming sleepier at the sound of my soothing voice. You could even use the stream to fall asleep to, as many people do. So thanks for the good luck music boxes. Oh, come on. Didn't get a roll there. Is low percent run the thing where you take a blue rupee and wait for 11 hours in TP? So yeah, Twilight Princess low percent historically has been famous for, like, involving a lot of Link just staring at a rupee. Somewhat unfortunately, that is not actually the case for the run anymore. Really? That's silly. I got high-speed rolls that I did not want there. But now low percent only involves, like, an hour and a half of rupee sliding, and only takes, like, 4.5 to 5 hours as a category, so... The thing that made it funny is not relevant anymore, unfortunately. One, two, three. Eh. Really bad timing. One, two, three. Okay. 3 and 3 is not too bad. It's numbing? Oh, okay, that makes sense. But yeah, so now the only category that does the Ho-Gate skip rupee slide for like 9 hours or something is the low transform speedrun. I'm sad about that void out because it means that We could have saved so much more time. Oh well. My favorite mini-boss in this game? I don't know. Guess none of the mini-bosses individually stand out to me as like, yeah, I really like this one. Well, I guess the funny answer would be Ook. Really? Yeah, I mean, I'd say all the mini-bosses are pretty good. Like, none of them are bad or anything. I like the Goron who guards the boat because he's just some guy. He's not being controlled by Zant. It's true, he is just some guy. Well, no, the mini-boss of Goron Mines is called Dangoro. And then, Darbus is the patriarch who is essentially the boss, but while he's the boss, he's called Phyrus. So hey, Chris, thanks for the good luck. I am indeed doing well. And I missed going into first person there for some reason. Arbiter's Grounds is the best dungeon in your opinion because it fits perfectly in the general dark theme from Twilight Princess. Yeah, I mean, Arbiter's Grounds is pretty good. It's also definitely, like, the scariest dungeon in the game. I missed going into first person again. Also, hello, Snailboat. Thanks for the good luck, and welcome to the stream. Palace is pretty scary, too. Yeah, I guess that's also true. I mean, Palace... I feel like Palace is only scary because of the hands, casually. I feel like Arbiter's Grounds, for me, was definitely overall more scary when I played casually. Also, hello, Schleike. Would say that things are generally well. Last we got you wanting to play TP, actually. You don't know why? I think I know why. It's because TP is fun. And actually being around people who speedrun and discussing speedruns makes one want to speedrun. I still missed going into first person. I'm not really sure what my favorite dungeon in Skyward Sword is, because it has a lot of good ones. Like Ancient Cistern, Skykeep, Linear Mining Facility, and Sandship are all, like, very strong contenders. I would say my favorite boss in Skyward Sword is Demise. Really, any of the, like, pure combat-focused bosses in Skyward Sword are the ones that I enjoy the most. So, like, the Girahim and the Demise fights. Or even just fighting a Stallmaster. Since I think that the combat in Skyward Sword is very fun, and is the best combat of any Zelda game. Hello, Douglas. Welcome to today's attempts. Is it just you, or does Wii Remote Skyward Sword control better than Joy-Con Skyward Sword? I mean, I would say both of, like, the motion control specifics have their strengths and weaknesses. The fact that with the Joy-Cons you can recalibrate literally whenever you want is, at least for me, a big positive towards the controls working well a lot of the time, is that I can just constantly recalibrate to what my forward is without having to worry about the controls, like, desyncing at all. But I will say that stabbing, for some reason, is harder on Joy-Cons and much easier with the Wii Remote. That's, like, the one pretty distinct difference between the control schemes for me, is that stabbing is much harder to do consistently on Joy-Con. Also, that is very fair, Orion. Yeah, unfortunately, motion controls do not play particularly well if you have any sort of, like, disability with, like, just motion controls in general. Which is why it's nice that Skyward Sword HD has button controls. Also, I could have gone to that Carver Rock earlier. I've never played Hyrule Warriors before, so I do not have a favorite Hyrule Warriors character. I don't know if that question was actually directed towards me, to be honest. I think people's opinion on Skyward Sword is better today than it was when it came out. I guess that kind of depends on what you mean by better. Like, do I think people's opinions are more accurate today? I guess that doesn't really make sense because they're opinions, but... I don't know if I would say Skyward Sword is, like, better received today than when it first came out. At least as, like... If I had to gauge the general vibe, I would say it's probably received about the same. Maybe slightly better with the inclusion of button controls in HD compared to when it first came out, but... Hello, Fastest. Thanks for the good luck. Yeah, I mean, like, as much as I really like Skyward Sword, I think there are very valid reasons to be, like, annoyed by it. If you, like, or to, like, not enjoy certain parts of it. So, it's not for everyone. My gamepad is not blue, no. It's, I guess, just the lighting. My shirt is very blue, though. But my Wii U console is the black 32GB one. Because when the Wii U was first released, they had two models. The white model, which had 8GB of storage, and the black model, which had 32GB of storage. Plus 6.9. Nice. So thanks for the good luck, Nomi Alice. I think when the Wii U came out, the white model was $300 and the black one was $350, if I remember correctly. There's something along that price range. Also, thanks for the good luck 64-bit into Ryan. Will I be submitting for SGDQ 2026? Yes, I will be submitting for SGDQ 2026. Also, thank you very much, 64-bit, for the 76 months of Tier 1. This is indeed the reverse of the Youth Funny number. That is also a lot of months, so thank you very much for the continued support. So thanks for the good luck, Harry Monk. But yeah, I mean, I submit to basically every AGDQ and SGDQ. Really? I've gotten such bad luck with that bug. The past couple days. Did Wii U's come with Nintendo Land? I thought Nintendo Land was a game you actually had to buy. Unless I'm misremembering. At least I'm pretty sure I have a physical copy of Nintendo Land still. I will not submit TPHD to SGDQ now. Because TP was just ran at AGDQ, so if I were to submit TPHD, the chance of it getting in is pretty small. Well, we didn't lose 40 seconds to Bomb House skip that time, so nice. So thank you very much, Trebuchet, for the 61 months of Tier 2. Only 3 months to go till a nice round number. Ah, yes. Famous round number 64. Fun math fact. 61 is the atomic number of promethium, one of the 2 elements that are always radioactive, but that have stable elements on both sides. The other is technetium, atomic number 43. 61 is also the number that feels like it should be divisible by 3, but isn't. I'm sure that these are all very true math and science facts, as usual. Ow, darn it. Hopefully I can still get the cycle here. Oh, so yeah, it was a bit unfortunate that I didn't get to do TPHD all dungeons at AGDQ, but Sometimes life just happens, and you get sick, and then you're not unsick by the time they have to call in a replacement. How can I choose who I want on the couch when I do a GDQ run? I mean, if you have a GDQ run and you want someone on the couch, you kind of just ask them, assuming they're going to the event. And then you have to tell GDQ, like, hey, this person who's coming to the event is going to be my commentator. And GDQ says, cool. I don't think I'll be submitting Outer Wilds to SGDQ, since I do not speedrun Outer Wilds. You also choose who reads donations. So the people who read donations, the hosts, are people who audition for the hosting role, and then usually 27 hosts are selected for a GDQ event, I think, or somewhere around there. And if you want a specific host, you can talk with the host, and if the host wants to host for you, you two can mutually request each other. And then, I think in most cases, GDQ will honor mutual requests for hosting and allow that specific host to host for your run. Or we'll set up the schedule like that. But yeah, the reason that I didn't do the run is because a couple days before the event started, I began testing positive for COVID. And then GDQ essentially said that I had to be negative of COVID 48 hours before my time slot on the schedule. And 48 hours before that, I was not testing negative, so they had to make arrangements for a backup. But then 24 hours before my original time slot, I did begin testing negative, and then proceeded to jump on a plane and fly to the event when I began testing negative. So I was actually there for the time slot, but the run had already been given to Glubbers as backup, so we could not change the schedule back. Well, yeah, so while I was testing positive for COVID, I didn't really have any symptoms. I was basically asymptomatic the whole time. So, I always felt fine, but even if you are asymptomatic, you are still contagious if you are testing positive. You wish horses were real? Yeah, fantastic creatures in video games. Would be neat if horses were real. Also, thanks for the good luck key roll. Yeah, so the reason we get out of bounds with Epona is because normally to get to the Lanayru Twilight, we have to blow up some rocks and then go to the Twilight Gate, but because we don't have a way to blow up the rocks, we can instead go out of bounds with Epona and take advantage of the fact that the trigger for the cutscene that puts you inside the Twilight doesn't have a, like, Y-coordinate requirement to trigger the area for it. Like, as long as you're within a specific XZ boundary, the cutscene will trigger regardless of what your Y-coordinate is. So it doesn't matter that we're significantly below the map, the cutscene still triggers. Infinite sword glitch exists in real life. It's called a chainsaw. Ah, true. You have returned from an unplanned nap. Nice. I love the unplanned naps. Ah, I see, great. Yeah. Dragon's Coronation. That's what that is. I appreciate that you like the explanations. The unplanned nap named by the same people who call catastrophic IT disasters unscheduled maintenance. Maybe. Depends on how bad the nap is. Or how bad the fact that the nap happened is. So thanks for the good luck, Lyoko. I am indeed feeling alright. I never really felt bad to begin with because I was asymptomatic, but yeah. You would wish me good luck, but you have an interview on Wednesday, so you're gonna need some of yours. Sorry, you'll give it back when you're done. Oh, that's okay. I think the good luck is probably more important for your interview than it is for my all dungeons speedrun. What was certainly not with your SSR practice seed where you last locationed your go mode. Yeah, that is pretty unlucky. But it do happen sometimes. Ah, nice, Boss Lady Trey. I hope you are able to vanquish Ganondorf with style. Specifically by using the Iron Boots. What about Lantern? Unfortunately, I don't think you can vanquish Ganondorf with the Lantern. Actually, I guess you could have the Lantern on you. I did forget about that. Decky pumps. What's up is we have an okay-ish start to a run here going. Actually, I guess it's probably a good start. At least considering the fact that it's ahead of the, only lose 1 second per minute. Sort of standard. Also, thanks for the good luck looks, Lune. Ah, I see. We can use the lantern to burn the ground underneath the Ganondorf and put him in a hole. And then he won't be able to escape timeout. So thanks for the good luck, Hazman. Is the bug charge attack at the end of the fight difficult? I wouldn't really say so, no. You just have to position yourself such that Wolflink will bonk on the edge of the bug. So you have to be, like, on the edge of the bug for it to work. Yeah, it is interesting that there's no way to, like, manipulate time of day anywhere in Twilight Princess. Like, there's no equivalent to the Song of Passing or the Sun Song from previous games. Especially considering how long the day-night cycles are. I should have realized I was going to talk to that NPC. Nice. Are there significant consequences of time of day? In 100%, yeah. Because, like, pose will only appear at nighttime, so time of day routing is important for being able to pick up all of the pose quickly. Or at least the ones that are outdoors. Because the ones that are indoors will always appear regardless of time of day. The bugs are not time-dependent now. Bugs exist at all times. Can be picked up at all times. Oh, a yellow ruby. Fancy. Technically, we lost 0.1 seconds. Rip those 3 frames. How much faster would the run be if early Master Sword existed? If we're assuming just like the exact same early Master Sword from GameCube and Wii, probably for all dungeons at least like 12 or 15 minutes, I think. For any percent it would be more, because any percent wouldn't have to beat Forest Temple then. If we assumed the method of early Sacred Grove as human, and somehow doing early Master Sword as human with that, it would be less. Because then we'd have to go get Slingshot at the beginning of the game, which would take up like an extra 5 or so minutes. So it wouldn't save as much time in that scenario. Part of the reason that all dungeons is much slower in this game compared to, like, GameCube is also because of, like, not having the Door of Time skip in Temple of Time, which saves, like, 4 minutes. Thank you very much, MW, for the 36 months of Tier 1. Thank you very much for the 3 years, and for the good luck. I do appreciate the continued support. And appreciate Bo for doing nothing and letting me win. So thank you very much, Blood Isaac, for the 58 months of Prime. That is a lot of months of Prime, so thank you for the continued support. And thank you for the good luck as well. Why did Twitch recommend this to you? Great question. I don't know. Twitch recommends me things that I typically do not care about either. Maybe Twitch saw that you watched Twilight Princess recently and is now showing you a random Twilight Princess stream. Alright, Soup, we'll see you later. Thanks for the good luck, and I hope you get good sleep. So thanks for the good luck, Silver Skinner. This one's not too bad. It is behind by like 20 seconds, but... Once again, beginning of my PB is very good, so I don't usually expect to keep up with it. Can't really complain about Iron Boots being a 117 time, though. You just got a notification recommending my stream and you've been here for 1 hour. Interesting. Well, I mean, if you've been here for an hour, then Twitch is probably very certain that it would be a good recommendation. Be like, hey, we noticed that you're 1 hour into watching this thing. We would like to recommend that you watch it. It's the ultimate algorithm. You let the viewer tell you what they want to watch. And then you just replay it back to them. Which always recommends you gacha streamers when you only ever watch ZFG. Or Zelda speedrunning, primarily ZFG. Which is a mystery sometimes. And by that I mean all the time. Dampé is just gacha in speedrun form. I mean, to some degree, I suppose so, but... So, we are not going to fail Pillar Clip today. I am going to be far enough left, and we are going to clip out of bounds. Hooray. I'm having a really tough time going into first person today for some reason. What makes Zelda speedruns more fun to me than speedrunning other games? Honestly, I think a lot of it was just that I started with Zelda first and then never really moved on to anything else. But I also did like Zelda games a lot before I started speedrunning them, so... Like, I do think it would be fun to speedrun the things that aren't Zelda, but... I just started with Zelda and kept on sticking with Zelda. What? I'm so confused as to why this doesn't work sometimes. There we go. That, like, never really happens to me in practice. Sometimes. Apparently something different is happening when I do it in runs that's causing me to not get all the way through. Oh, Nick Fitzenrider. Oh, come on. So thanks for the good luck, Darth Anakin. Unfortunately, not surprising that we lost time here with a couple minor mistakes. Aren't we supposed to have the Master Sword by now? Like, in the intended sequence of events in this game, you're not supposed to get the Master Sword until after Lakebed Temple. Speedruns of the GameCube and Wii versions of Twilight Princess have a sequence break they can do called Early Master Sword, which gets the Master Sword very early in the game. Unfortunately, they patched the method of doing that in the remake, Twilight Princess HD here, so currently we do not have a speedrun viable way of performing early Master Sword. We will be getting the Master Sword after Lakebed Temple, though. We'll also be picking up a stamp. Oh, I mean, I guess with the fact that the name is long, I can see people maybe if they only glance at it, they might mistake some letters or something. But I'm glad that I was able to get it first try. Oh, more fuel is going up. So thanks for the good luck, the Archduchess of Cats. Fortunately, this part of the cutscene was on the slower side, it looks like. thanks for the good luck as well, Nick. You love this game and you struggle with this boss for a while when you played it. Yeah, casually I remember Morpheal being kind of annoying. Especially in the first phase when, like, trying to target the eyeball and the other, like, bomb fish coming out. Kind of annoying. Yeah, so how long it takes Morpheal to bonk into the wall is dependent on, like, Morpheal's swimming position and angle, essentially. Oh my god, we actually saved time. Though sometimes that cutscene, or, like, the variability in that part of the cutscene, between, like, the shortest and longest it can be is, like, I want to say 3 seconds, maybe? Or something like that. Yeah, the second phase of Morpheal doesn't really do anything. Morpheal kind of just swims around, and as long as you're not directly in front, you can't get damaged at all. Come on. Your kids cried on this part of the game because they were worried about Midna? I mean, considering the state she's in, I would be worried about her too if I was playing this game for the first time. So thank you very much, Mandato, for the 79 months of Prime. That is also a lot of Prime. Thank you very much for the continued support. Glad you enjoy me dancing and a fish waving. Yeah, a time machine you could only use once. You would use it to go back to when they were making this and convince them to turn off the enemy aggro music. This is a very valid use of a one-time time machine. Then you would go invest in Nvidia and return to your own time. It is also a very valid use of a one-time time machine. Hello, Jaden Huang. Yeah, those jumps were a little bit sketchy, but that jump was insanely sketchy. Glad we didn't fall down there. How doesn't Midna fall off here? Good question. I do not have the answer for this. Nor is it something I have ever considered before, which is probably why I don't have the answer. If supposedly she's so weak that she wouldn't be able to hang on. Well, I guess the technical answer is probably just gravity. You could go back in time, you would just go back to see the competition between Gymnast and Linkus for world record in Wind Waker again. Ah, that's fair. I know a lot of people did enjoy that. It was also when Barrier Skip was fresh and new still. If I could go back in time, I would play Outer Wilds again. Well, I guess that going back in time is different from wiping my memory, but if I could wipe my memory to play Outer Wilds again, I would do that. So, good evening, Fanatic Masking. Linkus and I did a Wind Waker randomizer race at a GDQX one time. You could go back in time, you'd do a doctor's education, and make sure you're at the birth of Gymnast 86. I'm not sure this would be very remarkable at all. But if you started Live Split and started the timer the moment I was born. Well, this would be very impressive, since Live Split did not exist in 1998, though I'm sure other timer programs probably did. Thanks for the good luck as well, Fanatic. take it back to the past on a USB stick. I mean, I don't know if it would be compatible with computers back then. I guess as long as the underlying architecture is compatible with it, it would be fine. Art drops. Those aren't rupees. Ah, that's it. Just take back the whole computer. I guess that would probably work, though, yeah. I've had a few people say that I look like Small Ant before, which... I mean, I guess we're both generic white dudes with brown hair, so... I guess there's at least some similarity. Also, thank you very much, an anonymous gifter gifting Boss Lady Trey a Tier 1 subscription. I'm sure they greatly appreciate it. You always thought that the statue puzzle was the hardest puzzle in the entire Zelda series. It is definitely a bit to wrap your head around when you first play, yeah. Hello, Stick Manta. I'd say it's going well. The run being 20 seconds behind is, like, perfectly fine, honestly, because the beginning of my PB was very good, so... And keeping up with it would generally also be good. Being, like, 20 seconds behind is, I would still say, good. For where we are in the run. When you borrowed the game from a friend, he had written the solution in the notes section of the manual. Ah. What a good friend. If they ported TPHD to the Switch 2, would I try speedrunning it on Switch 2? Almost certainly, yeah. Oh, I forgot about the other thing I was supposed to do. There's a different way I'm supposed to fall down there that's faster and gets me a blue ruby, so... I keep on forgetting about it, though. So, thank you very much, Audio Killers, for the 87 months of Prime. That is also a lot of Prime. So thank you very much for the continued support. Of almost 7.5 years. Alright, time for Stupid Trick. Hopefully, Stupid Trick will work out. Unfortunately, not a great start. Got unlucky with how close the wolf decided to run. Very nice. Alright, so we lost about 12 seconds to the getting unlucky on the first attempt, but other than that, very nice. We'll happily take that on a run like this. Oh, come on. Also, thanks for the good luck, Audio Killers. How many tries does the wolf thing usually take? It kind of just depends. Like, if I get unlucky with, the wolf jumping to the side like I did there, that usually wastes about 10 to 15 seconds. Because there's a bunch of RNG factors involved with, like, how long the wolf waits before actually running at you, and also, like, where exactly the wolf jumps, what the distance is, which is the thing that makes the trick hard to be consistent at, is that you can't get the wolf to jump at you in the same position every single time. Because if the wolf is too close, then when he runs away, he'll run off the cliff, but if he's not close enough, then you won't be able to target him, or he'll run too far up the cliff, and then you won't be able to jump past the loading zone, and you'll get caught by it instead. Also, thanks for the good luck, Folkhorn. I feel like lately I've generally been pretty good with the trick, though. There are still some days where, like, we waste a couple minutes to it. $249. We have not gone to Goron Mines in the run yet, now. Goron Mines happens after Arbiter's Grounds. Because it's much more convenient routing-wise for us to skip Goron Mines early on, and then come back to it later when we have more items that'll make it faster to complete. Nice fake dig. Any hopes for the Zelda 40th anniversary? I mean, I think it would be reasonable for us to get a remake of something this year. I don't know what exactly it would be, but my hope would be, like, something between Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Wind Waker, or Twilight Princess. And the reason I think that is because it would sort of line up with the development schedules that Tantalus Games had with TP HD and Skyward Sword HD, because those were 2016 and 2021, so it would make sense if they were working on another one for the past 5 years. Probably not 5 years if it was going to happen, but it would make sense with the previous release schedules of remade Zelda games that they've done. Oops. The first attempt was way too early. So I don't think we'll get anything from Grezzo, because Grezzo released Echoes of Wisdom in 2024, and only 2 years afterwards I don't think would be enough time to develop another remake. Doesn't mean it's impossible, but I would not expect it. Basically. Blue rupee. Just a blue. Yeah, I'm not gonna try to go for it then. No red rupees, unfortunately. If nothing else, I imagine we'll get GameCube Twilight Princess on Switch 2 NSO. But I would hope we get a remake of something. Or we could get Twilight Princess on GameCube NSO as well as a remake of something. It's kind of awkward. That kind of worked out, actually. At least for Wind Waker, the lag on GameCube NSO has been greatly reduced. It is still there, but it's, like, significantly better now. At the very least. When they pushed the update that added WarioWare, the delay got greatly reduced. So they are at least trying to fix it. We'll see if any future updates Make it even better. But yeah, the delay for at least Wind Waker when like the Switch 2 first came out was horrible. Like, at least for me, it was basically unplayable. Have I ever run Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom? Yes, I have. I haven't run very much Breath of the Wild. I ran it for like a month when it was initially released, and then I ran it again for whenever I did the 3D Zelda challenge. Here's the Kingdom I ran for a solid like 9 months after it came out. I did any percent in all dungeons runs. Look into eyes of Yeto. Their true beauty. Who need mirror? Yeah, I mean, emulators are very much not simple pieces of software, so... Like, the reason that, like, open source emulators that people often use are, like, at the very least decent now is because they've had, you know, like, years of work put into them. Whereas, like, an emulator made in-house at Nintendo has a deadline that does not allow for a couple years of development, right? And has to be put out by a specific date. Oh. Wait, I screwed this up, hold on. It's bottom to top. Wrong song. Well, so I'm not using an emulator. I'm just playing this on my Wii U. And then capturing it with a capture card. Whoa, hello. You just picked up Outer Wilds on sale. You're pretty excited to play it, and you know literally nothing about it except that everyone loves it. Excellent. This is a gymnast-approved decision to play Outer Wilds. I hope you have fun with it. So thanks for the good luck, Mr. H. Making a gymnast-approved decision was your 2026 resolution. Oh yeah, did knock it out of the park early then. Hello, Citrol. You love the Explorer characters in this game? Yeah, they're all pretty cool. We do skip talking to most of them in the speedrun, though. Except for Oru. Alright, Lysair, we'll see you later. Hope you get good sleep. Thank you for the good luck. Wish you peaceful dreams. Oh, come on, really? That's unfortunate. I thought my angle was fine. Well, now I'm sad. Really? Apparently I should not be rolling there today. Well, this is stinky. Man. Well, that sucks. You talk to the boar in wolf mode? I don't think so. I'm not actually sure, to be honest. Alright, Archduchess of Cats. Enjoy the game. Hopefully. Yeah, I didn't think that was gonna work. No, I was trying to move out of the way, but I got blocked. What is this guy doing? Trying to go over here and then do that. Oh, that was not great. Oh, come on. Really? They were so close. Alright, well. We made it, I guess. wait, no, I did that wrong. Yeah, we'll be getting the boss key on the way back. Because I didn't want to transform out of, Wolf as I passed by the chest. Since when I pass by it later, I will be human. And then I won't have to do an extra transform to open up the chest. How are we doing for the run? Unfortunately, this segment and the previous segment were not great. This segment sort of expectedly because it has Pogate skip, but the previous segment was bad for stupid reasons of me accidentally jumping off a platform twice. That I should not have jumped off of. So Death Sword skip, it does mostly save time because of how long the cutscene takes, but it also saves more time if you are able to save warp afterwards, because then if you skip Death Sword but you can't save warp like we are, like is in our situation now, then you have to either go back and still defeat Death Sword anyway to unlock the door, or you have to die to Death Sword, or die in the room somehow to respawn outside of it. So it's like it would still technically save time to do Death Sword skip and then die to Death Sword, but that would only save like 10 seconds or so, and my consistency with Death Sword skip is not high enough to make sense for me to go for that trick if it only saves 10 seconds. Are there any main items that we skip for the speedrun? Yeah, we don't get Slingshot or Fishing Rod. We skip going through the first couple days of Origin. All of the other main dungeon items we get, though. I guess by extension of skipping Fishing Rod, we skip Coral Earring, but that doesn't take up an extra slot. Oh, I guess we skip Bomb Bag, actually. Okay. That's a pretty major item that we don't get. And we also never get a bottle. Yeah. We do skip Hylian Shield, yes. Because, I mean, the Hylian Shield is an optional item in the base game. In a casual playthrough, the Hylian Shield is optional as well. Also, only the 100% speedrun gets it. Also, thanks for the raid, CO422. Hope that the stream went well. It was fun? Nice. I'm also having fun. Despite the fact that I unfortunately lost a bunch of time. But PB is still possible, so... we continue trekking onwards. Also, yeah, Stallard, or at least doing the second phase of Stallard normally takes a very long time. It is nice that we can do it very quickly in the speedrun. Enough. However... I do currently have the record, yes. I was kind of worried that those targets might not have been high enough, but thankfully they were. Is the fairy pointer canonically Navi? I don't think so. I don't think the fairy pointer has a name. Huge plot hole? If you say so, Pim. I don't know why I take the sword out there, it's not necessary. Ow, really? It's a little too early on that quick spin. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Navi's only actually seen in OOT, and then, like, vaguely referenced in Majora's Mask at the start. No, the fairies in MM are Tattle and Tael. Oh boy, a best segment. Really? Twilight Princess, my last GameCube or first Wii game? I guess neither? I didn't play Twilight Princess when it came out. I didn't play Twilight Princess until 2009. It was my first Zelda game, and I played the Wii version. Really? Bro. So thank you very much, Thick Garfield, for the 32 months of Prime. Thank you very much for your continued support, and that you still enjoy the speed content. Yeah, that's true. The polygon count in this game is still the exact same as the original. At least as far as I can tell. It also still has the same frame rate, and... yeah, like the textures, even though they're higher res, are still extremely similar to the original game, of course. Well, we still saved 3 seconds, I guess. You wish they made more remakes like Link's Awakening? Yeah, I do kind of wish that every time they remade a 3D Zelda game, they, like, you know, gave it a full touch-up, but... Unfortunately, it is much cheaper to... Or at least I imagine it's cheaper, and doesn't take as much time to, like, only up-res the textures and just say that the model quality is good enough, like for this one. Oh, I'm short by 1 rupee. That's awkward. I should have just collected the 5 in Arbiters, probably. Are there ever sequence breaks that revert a scene to an earlier state? I mean, there can be, depending on, like, how the game calculates what state to load a map in. Like, sometimes there are triggers that completely force it to load a specific state regardless of what the actual state of the game is. Like, I think we can technically go and load, like, the King Bulblin 1 cutscene in Kakariko still, because we never started that cutscene to begin with. Alright, Kirol, we'll see you later. Thanks for the good luck, and hope that you get some good sleep also. This temple took your dad 12 hours to complete. It can definitely be confusing. Some of the rooms in City in the Sky definitely qualify as, like, 3D maze, basically. So thanks for the good luck, Shankshaw. There was some cloth on target he couldn't find. Ah! It's interesting. I wonder which one that would be. Oh, it's probably something in the small key room, most likely. Yeah, skipping the fan trigger is definitely very silly. But it's very convenient. Saves us, like, a minute and a half of having to go around various rooms to get to the boss key. I do not have any plans on doing Moonjump all dungeons now. Oh, no, yeah, I think I know what you might be talking about then, Nick. After you get the boss key, you have to, like, lower yourself down from where the boss key is to be able to claw shot a specific switch or target that you then have to yoink down. I know that one casually is, like, pretty well hidden. Okay, time to bring out the third-person camera. Surprise, unfortunately. Well, that was first try, though, so that was very nice. How are the runs going? This run had some issues around and in Arbiter's grounds. Anyway. Also, thank you very much, Marcelin, for the 51 months of Tier 1. Thank you very much for the continued support. Glad you still enjoy the speed content. And thank you very much, Looms, for the Prime subscription. Appreciate the support from you as well. Enjoy the badge and emotes, of which a waving fish is one of them. Well, hello, Harukakyo. I mean, Twilight Princess can sometimes be a frustrating game to play, but I think Beast always enjoys playing Twilight Princess, even if, like, something doesn't go well in the moment. Generally, if you have the ability to consistently finish 6-hour 100% runs, you probably enjoy what you're doing, or the game that you're speedrunning, I would hope. Hopefully I delayed that enough. And I mean, like, I also get, like, frustrated at the game as well. I'll say yes, 100%, or at least 100% on GameCube. For Bewildebeest specifically is about a 6-hour run. For pretty much everyone else, it's a 6.5-hour run. A bit further down? Oh my goodness. Alright, well, that wasn't great. Really? Well, this was going to be a great segment so far. And then that happened. Surprised that neither of those are in the right position. I guess I'm not surprised by the first one, but the second one I'm surprised was too far left. But yeah, like, I'm still frustrated by the mistakes that I made previously in this run. Especially the one in Zinboblin Camp, because I screwed up, like, the easiest part. Well, not the easiest part, but I screwed up a part of Boblin Camp that I really should not have screwed up. And I screwed it up twice. In this run specifically, which lost me, like, 50 seconds. Nice. But the claw shot was already out, but... Or maybe I just failed to go into first person again. Yeah, I mean, generally, like, at least in my experience, the better that you get at speedrunning a game, the more that you'll get frustrated at, like, small mistakes that happen, because the small mistakes, you start to notice them more, and they also start to add up to potentially not PBing anymore. If you make, like, a lot of small mistakes in a run. Is all letters in one possible in HD? I am not sure. I don't know what the triggers for all of the letters are. Unfortunately, we're losing like 20 seconds here. Well, yeah, my PB did have a really bad last segment. I can save, like, up to a minute there. Which is part of why it's still possible to PB. The 39 out of 308 is the number of completed runs over the number of total attempts. So I have 39 completed runs across 308 attempts, with this being the 308th attempt. So when this run finishes, which we will at least finish the run if it doesn't PB, the number 39 will jump to 40. Have 40 out of 308, or 40 runs completed out of 308 attempts. Yeah, haha. There are plans to do that. I did submit, like a membership request, or, like, a request for, being able to have memberships on YouTube. I don't know if it was approved yet. But once that goes through, I should be able to add the emotes, I think, to YouTube chat. At least it seemed to indicate that I would be able to do that. Also, welcome back, Lenene. Ow. Really? Well. Huh? Unfortunately, I did an oopsie, and so I've lost more time. Oh. Wow. Now I feel silly, because I don't remember the last time that I accidentally did that. Also means we're losing time here as well. Yeah, the hand, part of this game where the hand chases you is very anxiety-inducing for a lot of people. Really? Yep. Cool. Nice skid. Thank you, Snapback. They're a part of Twilight Princess I dislike the most. I mean, I would say generally I'm just not a huge fan of the Twilight sections. Like, especially the Lanayru tier collecting sequence is probably, like, the sequence that casually I dislike the most. That was also very silly. Oh yeah, I mean, I guess they just took some liberties with how the Hyrule Castle barrier was placed in the Xant fight. Really? No. Darn it. Forgot. Why? God. I don't know. Apparently I'm just forgetting what to do. I guess I didn't forget what to do, but like... my apparent reaction time to him spawning in the center is awful there. But also, PB is probably very unlikely now. And that we're losing, like, almost a minute on this segment, I think. Nice. So not quite a minute, but still all really silly mistakes. It's time to. About 55 seconds over best. Maybe there was a plan to lock the whole town, but they changed it and forgot to adapt the visuals in the Xant fight. I wouldn't think so, because quite a lot of the game requires you to go back to Castletown even after the barrier appears. But who knows? Is hydrate still a thing? I mean, hydrating is still a thing that animals all around the world do, yes. Wait for the camera to come back. I also recently hydrated within the last minute. Thanks for the raid and the good luck, Smooty. Hope that the stream was good. Welcome to a run that probably will not PB, but still technically could, I guess. You barely PB'd in TP any %. Ah, nice. Alright, Glamanda, hope the sleep goes well. Okay, Skip was kind of bleh this run. I guess the thing that sucks, which is the thing that always sucks, was attempting to clip the bubbles out of bounds was a chore. There did used to be a stay hydrated bot in Twitch chat, that's true. I don't know if it's still around or not, but it used to be in my chat, and now it's not. Minded, I need to, at some point, practice the LJA to the platform over here. Oh, darn it. I mean, most of the long jump attacks in Twilight Princess aren't, like, particularly precise. Like, I never worry about, whether or not they're aimed in the correct direction. It is true that there's no C-up canceling in this version. Really? There. The biggest differences between HD and GameCube and Wii are that HD doesn't have Back in Time or Early Master Sword. Though HD doesn't get the time saves that would arise from those tricks. And while Back in Time is probably never going to exist, Early Master Sword has some potential to get found. Also, thanks for the good luck, Vermilion Who. Oh, that was too late. Oh, come on. Well, that wasn't good. Yeah, Zora armor, or skipping Zora armor would only work if we could do Early Master Sword, really. Otherwise, the unfortunate thing is that getting a bomb bag takes way too long if we don't have Early Master Sword. How difficult do I think no hit would be for me? I mean, it depends on the strategies employed, I guess. Most of the game probably wouldn't be too bad, but, like, I imagine certain sections, like the sewers or the rooftops could potentially be problematic, just if RNG decides that an enemy is going to hit me. Really? Alright, well, I guess that didn't actually lose that much time. Still lost time to Goron Mines phase, messing that up. Yeah, at this point, PB is pretty unlikely, but we're gonna finish the run anyway. I haven't actually finished a run of this category in, like, almost a month since... not quite a month, like 3 weeks. Since I wasn't home for 2 weeks, so... Wait here... and out of here. A little early on that quick spin. Yeah, skipping the Golden Cuckoo is a pretty neat sequence. One of the LJAs is a little sketchy, though, and if you fail any of them, you then have to get sent back and watch the Golden Cuckoo cutscene. Which is slow. Really? I've done it too early. Alright, Nene. Hope you have a good drive to the airport. We do Temple of Time after Palace because, technically we could do Temple of Time before Palace, and it really wouldn't make much of a difference at all, but very technically, if we do Palace first, then when we fight the Shadow Beasts in the Sacred Grove, we can one-shot them with a single slash instead of having to do a quick spin. But for the most part, that doesn't actually matter. Because we want to be quick spinning them anyway for the quick spin attack radius. When's my next stream? Next stream should just be tomorrow. I guess it depends on what time I'm gonna do the Wind Waker randomizer multi-world async match. But probably tomorrow at like the same regular time. would be 2 p.m. Eastern or 11 a.m. Pacific in the United States. Because generally I try to stream every day of the week except Tuesdays and Fridays. And start at the previously mentioned time of 11 a.m. Pacific or 2 p.m. Eastern. So thanks for the good luck, Kung Fu Crickets. I do in my free time? Depends. Usually something like hang out with friends or work on randomizers, practice speedrunning, sleep. Nice. I love when that happens. Have any hobbies outside of gaming? I mean, pretty much currently everything that I do involves gaming in some way. There isn't really like a specific activity that I dedicate my fun time to that is not related to games somehow. Unless it's just like hanging out with friends and doing something that's not gaming related, I guess. I do enjoy board games, but I do not board game much, no. Mostly because there's no one in, like... Nice. Good switch. There's no one, like, in my immediate vicinity who also enjoys playing board games. Except when I go to, like, GBQ. There's plenty of people willing to play board games. Also, thanks for the good luck, Carlos Raven. Currently, the only work I do is stream and put content on YouTube. I am not secretly a billionaire. So hello, X-Ruby. I am doing well. This run's unfortunately meh, but we're still gonna finish it. Come on, there you go. That actually went decently well for once. Yeah, I don't know why I wanted to get rid of that wall for some reason. That wasn't necessary. What? Seriously? Silly. Alright, what's the RNG going to be today? Bad, apparently. Ideally, Armagoma only walks over 3 lights, but not that cycle, I guess. Feels like a weird camera angle.
To hear youth. Who does didn't do didn't. Do does later. Here and then.
A pretty good segment for the most part, just the Armagoma RNG decided to say no. Got the bonk. Excellent. If somehow we get supremely lucky RNG on Puppet Zelda and we PB, the run is valid thanks to the bonk. Once again, I failed to go into first person. Hopefully that did not mess anything up. Wasted maybe like a second or so with the delayed Bokoblin reaction, but otherwise that was fine. We did also get a nice damage cancel, that's true. And we actually had an optimal King Boblin fight. Now our third and final use of the amiibo. Accidentally did a wrong equip there. Specifically, this this ball and chain equip on Y is, like, really finicky sometimes. Go extra fast? I'm doing my best to go extra fast. Whenever you try to equip items during gameplay, you always end up bonking or going the wrong direction. Yeah, it is, like, if you actually have to be wary of where you're traveling in the moment, it's generally not a good time to try and equip things. Usually, I'll try to equip things if I'm, like, falling through the air or just, like, running as Wolf-Link. Since generally if I'm running as Wolf-Link, then it's just, like, I have to hold a single direction for, like, a couple seconds. Pretty good Hyrule Castle, though. How did my GDQ run go? So, unfortunately, I didn't do my GDQ run. I ended up testing positive for COVID a few days before GDQ started. And so GDQ said... Oh, also nice. Alright, well, probably can't PB now, because we're immediately starting off with a triangle. But... essentially, GDQ said that if I was able to test negative 48 hours before my slot during the marathon, then I could, like, keep the slot, but if at 48 hours beforehand I was still testing positive, they were going to have to make arrangements to fill in a backup runner for my run, which is why Glubbers instead ran GameCube All Dungeons instead of me running HD All Dungeons. I did, however, then test negative 24 hours before my time slot and was able to hop on a plane and get over to Pittsburgh that same day. So I was then in the crowd during when my run slot was, but obviously the schedule had already been changed at that point, so... unless something then happened to Glubbers, I was not going to be able to do the run. It was essentially just inconvenient timing with getting sick. But yeah, I mean, I still enjoyed GDQ the half of the week that I was there. And, like, I'm sure I'll get to do more GDQ runs in the future. And I've already done quite a few GDQ runs before, so... I'm surprised that did not work. There you go. Ghost of GDQ Past got me. I guess that's one interpretation. Alright, well, good news, we're saving time. But it's not going to be enough to PB. Which makes sense, because we got 8 Cycle Zelda, and then also messed up the last phase of Beast Ganon. But, I mean, all things considered, the last hour or so of this run, aside from Saul's, wasn't too bad. We went from plus 159 to plus 23, so... Not too bad at the end of the day. Also, thank you very much, Joshy, for the 50 bits. Thank you, everyone else, for the GGs. That is completed run number 40. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I played Temple of Time and Hyrule Castle pretty decently, so hopefully we do that when we get to that part of the run and are ahead, instead of being 2 minutes behind. But yeah, Arbiter's Grounds was also the sticking point of this run, in addition to the Saul's segment. But yeah, so I will stream tomorrow. I'm not sure what exactly it'll be. Or since I do have to do an async match tomorrow for a randomizer tournament, but I don't know when that's going to be because we haven't decided on a time. So, yeah. Something will happen tomorrow, but I don't know what it'll be. It might be more TPHD attempts, or it might just be a short randomizer of something else. So, in any case, yeah. I know that on Monday we'll be doing a Skyward Sword randomizer match for the Skyward Sword Randomizer Season 4 tournament, so that's the plan for Monday. So at the next time that I can guarantee we'll do TPHD, All Dungeons Attempts, will be next Wednesday. So, with that in mind, I will see you guys all later. Thanks for watching, and goodbye. Clank, clank, clank.
First again. We'll have a repair. You get rebuild space. Hot for report?